Yeah, looks like we're good to go. Hey, good afternoon, folks. It's been a little while since I did any streaming, and I had already started getting to work on the Legends and Pariahs key art, and I figured it'd be a good time to just take some time out for you guys and show you what's going on. If you haven't been checking out the Devblog that we just set up in the last couple weeks, I've got links on my panels down below, and you can see what we've been up to with the Legends and Pariahs DLC. So, like I said, I've already made a little progress on some of these drawings and the ideas of what these characters should look like in the art style that I like to do for this key art. And but that said, I would like to start over considering what those characters' designs are, and there's some lyrics in this, and it's distracting me. Maybe I can pick something else. Here, maybe some chiptune will be more appropriate. Let me know if the levels on the audio are all messed up. Anyway. Yeah, so I need to work on the posing and the composition of the image a little bit. You guys might remember from the last key art work that I did, I'm setting up this as a square image, and you can see as I add or remove these black bars here, that is whether I want to do a vertical box art display or a horizontal, like widescreen display for other types of stores that have that kind of format. I would like to do one key art that can be formatted to suit them both. And so what this means is this little square right here is the most important square. We'll call this the super square. We're probably not going to call it that again. Don't worry about it. But the super square here is where we'll stuff the most important information about the characters, and then we'll fill out the rest with background and some nice art. So depending on where the orientation and the composition of the image is, this one piece of key art will service it all. You could say it's because I'm very clever, or because I'm very lazy, because I only want to do one set of key art. I don't know about you. You know what? Let's get a little more natural light into this room. Is that too bright? I feel like the last couple times I've done this, it's been very dark in here, but that's okay. We can learn to move on. Alright, so a short introduction, and I'll show off some of the sketches I've done already. The 4 races and classes, I'll go through one by one. So this one is the one that I've done the least amount of work on. This is the insectoid. You may know him as a monster if you're familiar with Barony already. But he's got 6 limbs, and 2 of them are like sort of pseudo wing arms. And he's going to be our new hunter class, or he's going to have access to that new hunter class in addition to humans. So the posing I don't think is going to work out because we're going to show off some new features with this guy, including some quiver mechanics that allow archers a little bit more interesting itemization in the game. But this pose looks more like something you would do if you were dual wielding, which is not what the hunter class is about, because there is no dual wielding in Barony. So next we have the next least done character in the sketches, which is the Goblin Shaman. If you've checked out our Shaman reveal and Goblin reveal, you'll know that the Goblin Shaman has access to shapeshifting, and so I had to figure out a way to cleverly display that the Shaman can shapeshift while still showing that she's a goblin. And because of all the forms that she can take on, the troll seemed like the most impactful for an image here, so I have her right arm turning into a troll arm. But I'm not super satisfied with the composition and how it came together, so I might have to really rework the posing on this one. So next we have one that's fairly complete. This is the automaton. The automaton machinist, or mechanist rather. And Yo, what's up, Chimney Chickens? Good to see you too, man. Thanks for popping on in. My viewer count isn't showing you, but that's okay. I'll get over it. But yeah, the mechanist here is shown holding his gyrobot, which is something that accompanies our rework of the lockpicking skill. So lockpicking was changed to locks so that it could also benefit from bear traps some time ago. And we've further adjusted it so that now that lock skill is actually going to be changed to tinkering. And so it'll still do bear traps and locks, but it'll also allow you to build all sorts of trappy type machines that those with the tinkering skill can take advantage of. And the mechanist is really the place where we show off that new playstyle. I'm super excited about it. So I like this pose for the automaton. The only thing that there's just a few things I might need to adjust because of the composition. And then last but not least, we have the sultry incubus. He's got a whip, which is a long-range melee weapon, the only one of its kind in the game. He's starting with this torturer's hood, and he's also got some axe skill. But really, the Punisher class that comes with the incubus is all about crowd control and just toying with enemies while he stays just out of reach, so he can hit them without being hit by them. So that's what the Punisher is all about. He's also wielding a spellbook, which right now in his current test inventory he doesn't start with any spellbooks. We may adjust that, but the spellbooks are a new thing you can do. Is you can put spellbooks in your left hand and cast from them, which is a new feature and one that I am personally very excited about. So without further ado, maybe I should get into this. You know, maybe I should announce this stream on social media. What do you think? Let's take a quick detour to Twitter and make sure people know that this stream is going down, because I see I have a very small viewer count, and that's okay. I'll upload this later so everyone can enjoy my ramblings. And by everyone, I mean like 4 people. Okay, we're gonna do some indie dev, gonna do some roguelike, gonna do some art, gonna do some fantasy. Oh, that's a good chance there, Chimney Chickens. It's funny, you're still not showing up as a viewer, but that's okay. Yeah, glad you're here, man. Live streaming some key art for Barony. Legends and Pariahs Monster Race DLC. So the last couple times I've streamed, Game Blab. Here we go. All right, we'll even get Facebook in on it. All right. So last couple of times I've streamed, I've been trying to play some background music. Normally when I'm doing work at a computer, I listen to lectures or listen to streamers or something. But because I'm going to be talking to you guys, I have to get some music on. And I've had some problems with music licensing in the past, causing my stream videos to go mute, which is awful. So I found a stream-friendly radio station and good selection. But I see they're spamming my chat as well, which is fine with me. It's not like anybody else is doing much chatting, eh? Okay. So, the most important part of this image is to display the 4 characters and put them in a context that makes them look cool and exciting. And so I kind of want to start with some expressions. 4 characters. So the incubus and the shaman should be our shock troopers up front probably. And our ranged guys, the machinist and the hunter, should be in the back. So we can start with that basic premise of how we're going to pose this picture. I think I need to give the insectoid a lot of room because he's going to be stretching out a bow, or at least that's what I'd expect him to do. And he's got those 6 limbs. He's a unique snowflake with that alien biology of his. So in Barony, you hold a bow with your right hand, which is wrong, but we're gonna be okay with that. I say wrong, but like if you're a lefty, then it's like totally cool. So since I last streamed, I got a replacement stylus for my Cintiq. The one I had been using, my children had ruined the eraser by fighting over it and grabbing it, and the thing split in half. And then when I put it together, I found one of the springs was missing, which, you know, I loved a lot. That was real great. I didn't mind that at all. Sometimes I lie on stream, but I tend to tell you when that happens. This time I'm not going to tell you. So archery in Barony, I think, is fun, but about mid-game or so, it kind of loses its appeal because the weapons just don't scale the same way as melee weapons do. And so we're going to try to improve the itemization for ranged characters with this update. With the addition of quivers. And quivers will be able to add interesting effects to your bows. We got to make a little bit of room for his cool insectoid wings, right? Sometimes I think about the fact that we have some interesting races that are significantly different from other fantasy, and how there are some fans out there who would really rather that we had like elves and dwarves and stuff. But having weird beast creatures like the insectoid and the incubus and the goatman be playable instead, I think just gives Barony a ton of personality. And I like that about it. Yeah. So when I'm posing, I tend to add a few details like the eye here. And as we can see already, the bow draw is getting in the way of the character's face. And so I'm tempted to kind of start over. Since this took so little time to get together, we might as well pick a pose that is just as dynamic, but is a little easier to compose around. So I think what I'll do is do a sort of like sideways bow orientation that I'm sure professional archers wouldn't recommend, but we're in a dungeon, guys. When was the last time a professional archer killed people in a dungeon? Like, check your archery range privilege, bro. So we'll put it, yeah, in a sort of a cool action pose. Keep that bow low. Bolo. Bolo's a word. I think it means ball in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken. I'm glad we all talked about that. I'm gonna make sure to give room for his yeah. Dude, posing. I don't know if I mentioned this in one of my last streams, but posing is one of those things I did not give enough time to when I was a younger artist. And even I had been a professional in the industry for a long time, but wasn't doing key art primarily. And so I didn't really understand how important it was until I had spent some time working with an art director who had excellent posing, and I started to realize that that was like one of the key differences between his work and mine. And I still don't think I'm amazing at it, but I actually care to take a posing step now, whereas previously I'd just be like, start drawing a guy, and it's like, and that's how I do my work. Yeah, there's much less in the way. Some weird bug legs. I don't know if his proportions are right. Let me do some quick work here. So one of the other things I want to show off with this character is a quiver. You know what? His it's funny how many things I'm discovering as I go through this part of the process. So his fist is upside down, considering what he has to do. Also, he's gonna have like some weird bug hand, right? Okay, that's already a lot better. I think I'd like to get his hand off the drawstring and instead maybe grabbing an arrow so that his arm doesn't occlude the quiver, which is an important part of this drawing to show that quivers are a real thing in the game now. We have hip-mounted quivers because they're a left-handed item, and that's just going to make for a display that makes more sense. Maybe I can push his arm up over here. Okay, so we can have him knocking the arrow, but not yet drawing it, and that can justify his pose a little better. So this is one option for a pose for him. Okay. I think I tried something just like this pose for the Goatman Alchemist. Back on the Myths and Outcasts DLC, and it looks so defensive, and I'd kind of like the character to look like an aggressor, somebody, you know, a little more action-oriented, a little more exciting. And this pre-drawing here has some of that to him. His just posing is all wrong. I'm gonna try duplicating this, and maybe I can be inspired by some of this work that I've already done here. No. get this other arm out of here so I can think a little more clearly. I'm actually pretty happy with that. That worked out okay. Okay, and we got plenty of room for the quiver to show up. Okay, we got some arrows sticking out. Make sure not to let stuff get in the way of that. And I'll probably want to give this guy some armor. Like, showing us off his insectoid, like, body parts is cool. But ultimately, this class is probably going to start with a little armor. So, we'll get some idea of that going on with him now. Just so I know how much space he's going to take up on in the image. Okay. I've seen a lot of like satyrs and like other types of birds and furries and that kind of thing with humanoid features. Not a lot of insectoids, and so I'm kind of like doing my own thing when it comes to inventing what an insectoid guy looks like in his feet. Like, even though we all know that insects don't have toes, they have these like little featureless nubbins with hairs on the back so they can get grip on stuff, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a bugologist. Whatever. This is a posing pass. I'll leave it at something like that for now. Gotta be careful with his second wing. There's a bunch of ways I could make that look bad. Hey, anyone in the chat, can you let me know if the audio balancing is okay? If the music's too loud or whatever, just let me know. It's kind of hard for me to check for that while I'm streaming. The music's a little quiet? Okay. I can turn that up. What's up, Lyra, by the way? Great to see you. Thanks for tuning in for a bit here. OBS, where you at? Okay, here we go. Okay. I just pumped up the music audio quite a bit. Well, thank you. I like it too. Oops. Alright, there we go. Alright, something like that makes some sense. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about this pose. It's a little bit goofy. I think my proportions are off. But I think I can work with it. I like the general mood of the pose. but the execution is lacking. Ragnarok. What's up, dude? Draw a dragon! Dude, I used to do that. Not so much anymore. Hold on, let's try a little dragon. There you go. It's true, I did say that. I recall. There, I hope you're happy with your dragon. Thanks for coming out. Let's check out the stream for a bit. Yeah, we're having fun here, guys. We're here to have fun. So the other thing, the insectoid has actually... I've been talking about these up here as like wings slash sixth limbs, but he actually has, if you look at his model, he actually has will look like a combination of coattails and beetle wings that are tucked up on his lower back. And so I can show that off in this drawing too. That'll be fun. Oh, Omegaton training, dude! I'm so excited for you. Do you know if Omegathon is live streamed? Because I would love to watch that with you, dude. Come and join you. Yeah, that would make sense. Alright, we'll revisit those feet later. I'm a lot happier with this pose. I think I'm happy to move on. Oh, check it out. I accidentally drew on the draw dragon layer. Here, let's combine these. So I'm using a program called Affinity Photo, and it is, for the most part, just as everybody's good as Photoshop. There's a few functions that work differently than Photoshop, though, and I still get caught on them sometimes. For instance, just now. Like, I would like to merge selected layers, but that's not an option that exists. I have to merge visible and then like delete the duplicate. It's like, whatever. It's an extra step. I'll get over it. Okay, so that is some posing for our friend the insectoid for now. We have the goblin, we have the automaton, the incubus. Okay, now that we have a stronger pose for the insectoid, I wonder if I can make sense of the rest of these. So we got our shaman lady over here. She's got to be a front lineman with her big old troll fist as she transforms. But right now she's taking on sort of a passive pose. I think I feel like I should show her like mid punch instead, so that she can really carry the action of the image. It's funny, like we have the incubus, the automaton, and the insectoid. And of this group, really only the goblin and the incubus are not androgynous. The insectoid and the automaton, males and females, look pretty much the same in game, with some minor color differences. And so I've got I don't know. I don't know if you'd call this equal representation or what. But so making do with this composition. I think I'll start over on the Goblin Shaman, even though I'm really happy with her drawing. I just need better posing for this image. Let's get rid of this draw a dragon, shall we? Actually, better idea. Let's cut it out. And now it's on its own layer. And now we can turn off the insectoid, which is all I really wanted to do in the first place. Try a passive-aggressive pose instead. It's a good idea. Okay, so we're gonna do the Shaman part 2. Okay, let's see if we can accomplish the idea of a goblin lady turning herself into a punch-happy troll a little more dynamically. So she's probably gonna be on the right side. It doesn't matter. I can flip the image if I'm not happy with it. What's a good punching pose? The big clubby troll fist. You know, I'm gonna move my chat over here so I can read it more readily. So the Goblin Shaman starts, or any shaman, starts with a skull mask on. And that skull mask allows her to regenerate more mana when she's transformed into another form. I'm not convinced. I like how her torso turned out, but what happens if I flip her? No. The action is going to be taking place on her right side, and so I really need to orient her better to be reeling up for a punch in that direction. I mean, I guess I could give her Hulk hands so that both hands are transforming. Like she's about to wreck a whole mess of fools. How's everyone doing today? I got the day off of work, which is what gave me the opportunity to do this right now. None of my business. It's your weekend and she's making some sandwiches. Awesome. What's up? What's up, Shees? Miss you guys. Are they good sandwiches? Or are they just like basic gotta get some calories kind of sandwiches? I'm pretty selective about my sandwiches, like even when I probably shouldn't take the time to make them, I really tend to go all out. Experimental. Oh, ooh, banh mi. I do like some banh mi. Banh mi is a weird sandwich because it's like kind of basic. Like there's not that many ingredients, but it's like just enough stuff that you don't always have on hand. You know, like deliciously sauteed steak. Just finished working on a film at work as the VFX supervisor on a break working on your own game. Awesome, dude. I kind of like this She-Hulk thing that's going on with the Goblin Lady. It's kind of ridiculous. Just the size of this fist a little bit. So what kind of films you working on, Chimney Chickens, dude? I feel like last we talked, you weren't at this current job that you're describing right now. If you got time to talk about it, that'd be cool. I think it's pretty awesome that you're doing that kind of work. Wishes to inform you that we're all working on raising cake and Vietnamese rolls. Very, very nice. Well, I'm happy to know that. It sounds like a delightful day of food. Working in technical college as an instructional assistant in digital media program. Loads of cool stuff while training out students. That's awesome. So the shaman also starts with a staff of poison. What else is she starting with these days? I'm trying to decide if I want to show any of that on her, if actually she also starts with a magic feather. Maybe I'll put that in her on her ear. I'm not sure how that's the right orientation for that. So the magic feather is one of the new items we're adding to the game that, or we have added to the game, I should say, that when you use it, you can inscribe spells on blank scrolls. So it's pretty cool in my opinion. And the shaman starts with it. The goblins cannot learn spells like other races can. They have to cast from tomes and staffs and things. But their magic skill can go up. And so because of the shaman's dependence on magic items to cast magic, they both, those kinds of items last longer when wielded by the goblins. And we're also starting their signature class, the shaman, with those items already so that they can really showcase that ability. So, I mean, the shaman is basically a caster class that can't learn spells, and it's a valid playstyle, and so we want to show you guys that. That it's valid with their signature class. I could put a book on her hip, or maybe a scroll. I'm trying to figure out where to put the feather. I didn't like how it looked behind her ear, because it was like her hair's going this way and the feather's going the other. It seems like bad composition. Maybe I can push her hair the other direction and then have the feather follow it. I think that's better. Let's do that. Trying to make this look like a bundle of scrolls. I don't know if that makes any sense. Whatever, it's an idea. play a little... I'll experiment with putting a little staff on her back. I don't know if that's necessary, but there it is. I'm actually happier with this pose than the last one by quite a bit. I'm not sure how I feel about her lower half. Let's get it together and see how it's going. Okay, we have our incubus pal. He's gonna, I think I want to put him down here. His pose is pretty omnidirect. Well, I mean, it's forward facing, right? The whip is contradicting the bow over here. Maybe I can take the goblin and the insectoid and flip them. Maybe I need to change the whip pose for the incubus, or adjust the composition so that there's nothing in the way of the whip, because the whip really does a number on things that are behind it. It's funny how much easier this would be with fewer characters. I could put her a little lower. Yeah, I mean, putting that insectoid in the back is just all sorts of problems. I could put him way back here. But then Automaton's going to be right behind the whip, and that's not going to be any better. Yeah, I'm wondering if this incubus is just too disruptive with his big flashy whip pose. I could definitely make him more modest in his whip position. He could have a coil up. Not more modest than his wardrobe, mind you. This guy's not about modesty. He's an incubus. Not that kind of modesty anyway. Alright, let's copy this incubus, and maybe we can mess with his whip posing to make it a little less disruptive to the composition. Get out of here, Hunter. Get out of here, Goblin. What layer is making that black stripe? Oh, that's on the background here. Alright, let's see this. Oh, is this Cryptid the Necrodancer, bro? I mean, I know it is. I'm not asking because I know it is. Wait, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is. It's a remix of Cryptech. All right, we're gonna do a do-over on this arm. It's funny because I mean it's kind of sad because I think this is a really great pose. I should say it's worked out well, but do what you gotta do for the greater good. For the greater good. son is banging on the door. Don't. Man, when I drew this guy, I tried a ton of poses for that whip too, and I just liked that one the best. Ugh, it's tough. Okay, this isn't awful. This isn't an awful whip pose. It's definitely more out of the way, and it still reads to me like a whip, so it's probably okay. Make things a lot easier. Although I think I want to, because he's so much more relaxed in his pose with that arm, I think I want to make his leg stance a little more sturdy. Also, I think his the proportions of his arm are a little too big right now compared to the rest of his body. Ah, the magic of computers. Giving him a sort of cocky, like, just sort of standing, like strong standing there pose is kind of appropriate for this class because of how much of a controller he is. He's not really, he shouldn't look like he's real phased by the action. If that's going to be appropriate for anyone, it would be him. Alright, so we got a reposed Incubus with a lazier whip. We got the more dynamic action goblin. We got the hunter. A bit less, occupying a bit less space. And in theory, we can tuck him actually pretty far back here without losing much of his pose. And that leaves us with the Mechanist. Unfortunately, you can't. I could put him way up here. What happens if I flip the Mechanist? Well, for one, the Mechanist starts wielding the crossbow in the left hand, which is not possible in game, so this may not be an acceptable solution. But I can have this pose take up more space up here to go above the goblin. It kind of makes it a little more dynamic, which I like. Well, this is a nice compact little composition here. I feel like I can see the important parts of each of the characters. Let's move the straw dragon somewhere more useful. And we'll move everybody in place. And get them. Alright. If anybody has any thoughts about this composition, let me know. I think it can work. I'm gonna get in there and just white out some of the overlap so I can get a better view of what exactly this is gonna look like. I mean, the only real problem with this is that the Machinist has the crossbow in his left hand, which is something I can get over. It's just not that big a deal. I think I might have some tangents going on with the automaton skirt up here that I don't want to overlap with the executioner hood that the Incubus has on. So I may just have to alter that a bit. I mean, I really haven't messed with the automaton at all this session, so it's a sacrifice I can make. It is a little bit whimsical the way it's like flailing across the planet right now. I actually learned that the team, the turning wheel team, had no idea that the automaton was wearing a like a Roman-style leather skirt until just recently when I showed them my drawings. Apparently, it wasn't very obvious from the model. Of course, our voxel models are like 32 cubic voxels per meter, so it's like it's kind of hard to notice anything on them, any specific detail. Okay, so from this, I think I'm actually pretty darn happy with the composition overall. What happened to the Incubus's ear? Did I accidentally erase it? Must have. Oh, I see. It's on the Incubus layer, or the automaton layer. Okay, so I think from here I could do a sketch over to solidify this composition now that I have all 4 characters in, or I could start painting the individuals. I think I need to do a sketch over. That's what I think needs to happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the opacity and then just like draw a more polished version of each of these on top, sort of like an inking pass. I'll just call this layer ink. Where are we at? The goal here is to get some lines I can use in the final color pass without a bunch of sketchy stuff all over it. And during this phase, I often fix some composition issues that are a little harder to fix in just posing because the volumes aren't as well defined. Or that's why I do it. I don't know if anyone else works that way, but... So I started playing Skyrim in VR this weekend, and I've had my VR headset for about 2 years now, and I only got Skyrim VR when it went on sale for like 20 bucks, or 25 bucks, something like that. And I liked Skyrim a lot, but I was like, you know, this is a game I've beaten already. I don't see... and generally I don't like open world games in VR because, you know, the movement is like teleporting or the locomotion stuff, which can make me feel a little bit motion sick in VR. And so I'm like, there's no way it's gonna be that good, even though I've seen people say that it's real good. And I was just like, yeah, I just don't think it's gonna be as good as an experience that's built from the ground up for VR. But for the first time ever, I was able to spend multiple hours uninterrupted in VR and not feel sick, and I was having a stinking great time. And it made me wonder, like, is it just because of, you know, the particular settings I used? Because I did use a lot of settings. I also sorry. I also installed some VR-friendly mods, and so maybe that improved my experience enough. But anyway, had a stinking blast. And I used to work in VR, and so I've played a lot of VR games, and I've played several fantasy VR games that have melee combat in them. And I just knew I wasn't going to like melee combat in Skyrim VR, and that's true. Even though I've enjoyed my experience greatly, that has been true. When I'm in Skyrim and I have to use melee, I do not enjoy it in VR. And so I decided I'd play a class archetype that is well suited to not having to deal with that, which is basically a ranged assassin character with maybe some ranged magic thrown in. And I've been doing a lot of archery and having a really good time. The dungeon crawling is immersive, and you know, the sort of frantic, like, ah, gosh, there's guys coming at me, sort of bow plucking you gotta do has been really fun. And yeah, it's just been a blast. I'm only mentioning this because I don't have a ton else to talk about as I'm doing this inking. But I'm reminded that my character is wearing an executioner hood in the game, in Skyrim VR. One of the unfortunate things about Skyrim VR is there's no way to see your character. They never show up in the equipment menus for some reason, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And there's no body awareness. You can't even look down and see what you're wearing. I think I'm going to look for some mods that will do that because, you know, even though I prefer to play the game for immersiveness and first-person view, especially in VR, obviously. Yeah, it's disconcerting, right? I still like to know what I'm wearing and feel like I am, you know, what I'm wearing looks well composed, and it feels like it's how I look portrays who my character is, you know. But all I am is a pair of floating hands. It's not my favorite. So Doom, the Doom BFG edition VR mod is pretty robust and offers decent body awareness. So I do think it's something that a modder could probably accomplish if they can figure out the technical challenge of it. What's that, bud? What's that? No, dude, I'm streaming right now. My boy wants to come in and see what I'm doing. Like I said, I have the day off, so it's really unusual for me to be home at this hour, and he's just like super fascinated by that. Yeah, that's Corbin himself. Good kid. Another Crypt of the Necrodancer remix, not that I'm complaining. He's a good kid. He just turned 3 in June, and he had his first day of preschool today, actually. I was gonna say yesterday, Friday. No, it was actually just today. I lost track of time because I had a dentist appointment this morning, and yeah, 3 years already, right? These kids, they age fast. It's funny, I've never felt like I wanted a ton of kids or anything like that, but right. But man, the thought of him being older than this right now, I just know I'm gonna miss it. He's such a sweetheart. And the only way I can get this again, I guess, is to care for foster kids, or maybe go and volunteer to help with child care. But I'm just gonna miss it, you know? It's so sweet. Being a dad is pretty cool. You're right. And something that my wife and I have talked about is the possibility of, maybe doing foster care. Because a lot of those kids don't get a good home, or doing adoption. But the thing is that, if we're going to sign on to, have a kid in our house until they're full-grown adult again, it's like, in theory, we'd be just as open to having another kid, at some point. I'm not sure that we want all the responsibility that comes with raising young children. So yeah, like a short-term volunteering sort of activity could be a good compromise. Yeah, it is a lot of work. I made this guy barefoot, but I think in game he might have sandals on. I'll have to check on that. I know that other nude characters have sandals on. And when I say, I just mean unarmored. Should I do this? Is that ridiculous? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Let's not do that. Maybe I'll just give him some little ankle cuffs. Add a little detail.
All right, Incubus. I think you're well inked. We probably move on. I'm tempted to add. Oh, you know what? He did have an axe in the drawing, in the initial sketch, because he does have one. He starts with one, so we can throw that in there right now and remove it later if we don't like how it looks.
Just to show that he's not just a one-trick pony here with his whip and book. I guess that's a two-trick pony, technically. Alright, one down. Kind of course, I'm like, oh, this could be better, this could be better. I'm hesitating, yeah. In the concept art, I actually gave him a little, some hair. And I think, on one hand, it's appropriate because an incubus is sort of a vulgar demon by nature, and so making his art a little bit vulgar is sort of speaking to that nature. But at the same time, I'm not looking to, like, gross anyone out with this image here. You should look like a guy that you're like, oh, that guy looks mean, I want to play him. Not like, haha, pubes. You know what I mean? Barony's not really supposed to be an adults-only game. At least not as far as I can tell. Alright. I think I'm going to take a quick potty break, get some more water. I'm out of coffee and I could use some water. I will be back within like 5 minutes. Say hi to my son. Alright, got my water, got myself a cold soda as well. And we're looking at this sexy, sexy incubus. Heading off to picnic. Dude, that is so awesome. I hope you enjoy your picnic. Thanks for stopping by. And let me just say, Lyra, I'm like, you've been so supportive when I post art and game stuff online, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You guys have a good time. Alright, so next up, I think I will ink the Insectoid, because he's just sort of an exciting character. I really like him. I'm naming my layers with puns, because even though you can't see my layer names on the screen, I can't help myself. So I named this incubus layer Incubus with a K because he's inked. That's an ink joke. And then this right here is going to be Insectoid. And I'd explain that joke to you, but I don't have time. Okay. So I expect this one to be a little bit more challenging. Honestly, I shouldn't even really do this character right now, but I kind of don't care. The reason why I shouldn't do it is because we have not agreed on a final loadout for his equipment yet. But I really just don't think it matters that much. Like, as long as you see he's an Insectoid, I think that's probably going to be the thing that matters the most. You know, whether or not he's wearing the right armor or whatever, I think only a small percentage of players are going to notice that if it's not exactly the same, because the style of this art is so different. Same with like the left-handed crossbow thing that I got going on with the Mechanist. It's not gonna make a difference. And for that matter, all the things that the Mechanist can deploy that he can build using the tinkering skill, all of them are deployed from his right hand. And so it doesn't matter what I do. If I want to show more than one thing on that character, it'll be wrong. So we'll just do what's fun. Rule of cool. Whatever the coolest thing is, do that. And that's what I'm doing. This song is cool. What is it? Showtime 4? Alright, whatever. I don't know about you guys, but like I've never seen like a cool insectoid character in a game before. And I feel kind of fancy with our insectoid. I think in this drawing he looks like a cool dude that you could believe might have a personality. I think one of the things about insectoid races and monsters is they're just so unrelatable. Here, let me adjust my camera. Maybe you guys can get a better look at me while I'm drawing. I know I lean in off screen a lot when I'm drawing. I don't feel exactly like the most personal streamer when I'm doing that. What if I do this? Is that better? Let's see. Yep, much better. Hey, you're welcome. I know you guys were all like, oh, move the camera. All we can see is your hair. Like, part of the joke is that nobody said that. That's okay. But yeah, I used the insectoid mandibles to give him sort of like a jawline and to make it look like he's kind of like grinning. And has, you know, like a face. I can't think of that many fantasy games that let you play as an insectoid type character. I think Legend of Grimrock might be the only one I can think of off the top of my head. And you know what? I like that game. I think the sequel was just hands down a bigger, badder version of it, and that was awesome. Possibly with the exception is there was a couple really obtuse puzzles on your way to the end of the game. And when I went on the forum to sort of give my review that I thought it was a really great game, except for these puzzles were a hassle, and like they were either illogical or easier to solve if you brute forced it rather than actually figuring it out. And one of the guys who QA tested the game was there to tell me like I was wrong and I was playing it wrong. I was like, alright, cool story, bro. Puzzle design is one of those things that's just like really tricky to do right. Because the whole, I mean, a big part of what makes a puzzle, I said a puddle, which I don't think puddles are ever really that satisfying unless you've got galoshes on. And then it's like all of them are satisfying, right? So speaking of satisfying puddles, I think what makes a puzzle satisfying is that you don't immediately know the answer when you see them. And so there's like this sweet spot between being unintuitive at first, but when you spend a little time to try to figure it out, you can figure it out without like a ridiculous amount of effort. And the path to figuring it out is intuitive, even if the solution isn't necessarily intuitive straight out the gate. The path to solving it is intuitive. I'm trying to get some shine on his eyeball. I don't know how that looks. I mean, it's gonna matter more when I color it. Anyway, I just think designing puzzles in general is a bit of a tightrope act. Because too easy and it's not satisfying, and too hard and you don't want to do it. And I think some people really like super hard puzzles, like that it takes them, you know, hours and hours to figure out, and you have to try every unintuitive solution first. And And I think as long as you make those kinds of things optional in your game, that's fine. You know, unless that's your whole game, and then it's like your whole audience. It's just that one thing, and that's fine. But in a game like Legend of Grimrock, puzzles are just part of the experience of dungeon crawling, and it's an important part, and that's one of the reasons why I love it. I feel like not enough dungeon crawlers have good puzzles in them. But when you make a main path puzzle so hard that only like a super hardcore person is going to enjoy it, and everybody else just looks it up online, I think that's a design fail, my humble opinion. Like, I'm okay with games requiring that the player has a certain amount of skill or in a certain type of skill to get through it, but just be aware of the kind of game you're making. I didn't buy Legend of Grimrock because I wanted to, you know, solve the most obtuse, difficult puzzles I've ever played in a game. I bought it because I wanted a good, like a well-rounded party dungeon crawler. Alright. Hold on, I gotta move this dragon. He's in the way. There we go. Alright, getting some armor on him. We don't know if that's leather or iron yet, or maybe it's just like a fancy part of a tunic, but it doesn't matter at the moment, in my opinion. I assume it wouldn't be anything heavier than leather, just because he's a hunter. He's not supposed to be in melee range. Although the insectoid does have an interesting racial ability, that being that his extra 2 limbs on the top of his shoulders give him extra melee attacks, or at least that's the plan. I don't think it's actually implemented yet. So, you know, like, don't quote me on that, or whatever. So I'm kind of inspired by aliens when I'm thinking about like what a big bug's skin / exoskeleton's gonna look like. Because, and also just thinking about, you know, whenever I've turned over a wood beetle in my backyard or something. We're gonna have to make some serious decisions, folks, about what type of hands an insectoid has. I'm thinking like 1 main limb and then like maybe a supplemental like pseudo thumb. Let's experiment with some ideas here. Something like this, maybe. guess thinking about larger exoskeletal creatures, lobsters and crabs make a lot of sense to inspire this guy's, what his hands should look like. And, you know, the basics of an opposable digit are found in the claw. Seems appropriate. I kind of like this look. Yeah, actually that looks really buggy to me. Not buggy as in full of errors like a game is usually buggy, but, you know, like a bug would have. I know you guys were confused. Luckily I was here to set the record straight on that issue. I don't know what you would do without me. Considering I don't think anyone's watching the stream right now. I think you know what you would do without me. Take that, me. One moment, folks. Alright, run into a small issue with one of my kids. My wife's having to step out, which means my son might burst in at any second to cause drama. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it though. You and me, guys. Giving a little flair to this bug flesh here. How's that look? Reasonable. This is a cool song. Reminds me of Hive Jump. And this is not Hive Jump, but I am drawing an insectoid right now, so it seems appropriate anyway. Hive Jump was an indie co-op sort of shooter platformer. It has some like pseudo permadeath mechanics. And I really liked that game, but I felt like it really went under the radar. And I guess being that I work on Barony, I totally understand how that happens. Like, you've got a one of a kind game that's pretty good, appeals to a niche, and nobody ever talks about it. No streamers ever play it, and that's not fair. Some streamers do play Barony, and I really appreciate that. but it just never catches on in the mainstream. And whatever, what are you gonna do? Not drugs. That's not one of the solutions, you know? Let's see, I'm sort of freewheeling it with this because the composition has changed. Let's get... Miss you, Draw a Dragon, but it's time for you to go. You've gotten in the way one too many times. Something like this. Give them that sort of dragonfly wing quality. He also had a little bit of a flutter up in the hinge here. And it's very much like a bird, like a pseudo bird wing. We'll justify that when you're as big of an insect as he is, you need a little more under the hood to keep that kind of thing stable. Something like that, maybe. That feels good for now. Alright, we're gonna draw a bow in this awkward sort of perspective. Let's see if we can do it. Not too much trouble. So I feel like that worked out. I think that worked out well enough. All we gotta do is get the arrow on here. Okay, so in theory the arrow should land, or should be right here. Because if he turned his wrist straight, the arrow would be on top. And... okay. Sorry, just thinking this stuff through. Go ahead and make a slot for that arrow to fit into here. How does that look? You know what? I could justify it either way, actually, now that I think about it. Because he might be holding his forearm in the correct way already. And... he just needs to raise his arm, which would make more sense for how far back he has the drawstring pulled. Or the string drawn. It's a better way to put that. So, even though I think I did a good job on the arrow, I have to delete it. Delete, aka erase. Give myself a couple guidelines here. Literal guidelines. Okay. Alright. I'm satisfied. Now that's an insectoid hunter. Well, now we got that posing figured out. Let's get some of these details filled in, shall we? This song is awesome. Oh, I've never heard this song before. Very sexy insectoid. I'm excited about this. One of the reasons why I go ahead and ink the whole character, even though they're going to be partially occluded by another character, is that I would like to someday make use of the entire character drawing for like wallpapers or Steam card art, that kind of thing. And so not having to go back and redo the partially occluded character saves me time dealing with that. I think I might try to make his legs a little skinnier than I first attempted here. Maybe elongate his torso and see how that goes. It's something, again, I probably should have tackled in the posing phase. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Revived by Pop Sky. That's a cool song. Is there like a thumbs up on this? There is. Thumbs up that bad boy. It's a bit of an elaborate little foot here, but it's like somewhere between dragon and bird. But hey, who's to say what an insect's foot looked like? This guy. Yeah. And this side should have the quiver. We do want that to be visible. So I may give it a prominent spot on his hip right here. I'm realizing I should probably draw some flights on that arrow. But I don't really want to cover up the claw. And so I could put him way up here. Isn't awful. Yeah, it's alright. I only thought of it because I'm like, here I go, I'm gonna draw some flights on this. Of course, now we've created a tangent here. Man, making art is hard. I think that's a decently large quiver. It's definitely, it's kind of actually excessive compared to a real quiver. A real quiver only holds as much of the arrows as it needs to, so it might be, you know, way down here. And then the rest would be like exposed shafts. That way the arrows can come out easier when the archer needs them. Why don't we save it, and I'll experiment with that idea. It's just a bundle of arrows isn't as interesting to look at. It's noisy, you know, and so something to make the concession from reality just to have the art look a little better, but then, well, we'll see. Let's see how this goes. It's not the end of the world. Let's get that alignment a little better. And I don't have to do all the lines all the way to the bottom. That can help it look more like a mass than a bunch of individual lines, which cause the noise that I was talking about. There we go. Some kind of a compromise between fantasy and reality. Pardon, I got myself a ping over here. Update on the child health situation. Everything looks fine. Everything's gonna be okay. Alright, so let's bring back this comp. And the way I have this drawn here is that the leg is just gonna go all the way to the bottom here. I think that turned out mostly okay. I think I just need to adjust the positioning a little bit because we can't tell how much bend his foot has from this foreshortened angle, and in my opinion it looks inconsistent, so like that would be more correct. Is that gonna fit? Yeah, that'll be fine. I think I can... Yeah, you don't get to see as much of those cool calf spikes that he has. But you get to see some of them, I guess. That's not the worst thing on the planet. I don't know, I feel like there should be more on this side though, you know? Let's just make that happen, see how it goes. Ooh, come now. That's one problem I've had with Affinity, is that it sometimes does stuff like that. It doesn't recognize that I've flipped into my eraser. Actually, I prefer this, the way this shape went a lot more. And the quiver is a little fantastical. Its placement is like on the front of his leg, which doesn't really make any sense. I kind of just did it for the composition, but maybe I can move the whole insectoid over and leave the quiver where it is, and maybe that way. I think that works. Yeah, that's a lot more believable in my opinion. Let's work with it, insectoid. Shake what your mama gave you. And in this context, I am your mama, and I give you a quiver. to adjust this though, because now his knee is way off center. Much better. That is a big improvement in my opinion. And last but not least, we can fit in his beetle wings. Alright. This bad boy's almost done being inked here. Alright, I have to take a quick break. I'll leave this progress of the insectoid. I'm actually really happy with this. And I'll be right back. I have returned. Alright, so I could ink this guy up a little bit more. It's funny how much less detailed the Incubus looks by comparison, just because, you know, the Insectoid's got all this stuff on him. The Incubus is just like, yeah, I'm basically naked, and that's how I like it. So, surprisingly well, I think, this turned out. Let's unnecessary BRB. So when I go through and color the incubus, I will need to make sure that, you know, he's opaque and everything. That way we won't see any of the insectoid's lines. I mean, be honest with me. If you saw this insectoid with this cheery looking face, wouldn't you want to play him? I feel like I would want to play him. He's a cool dude. Alright, let's move on to the next character. We have the Goblin Shaman. I feel like I'm going to do a lot of changes with her on this one because she's looking at the camera instead of looking to the right. I'm probably going to want to adjust that. I also think that this arm is a little bit too long, and the pose of her feet is again sort of defensive instead of aggressive. So I got a lot of work to do on her, even though I think there are some things I like about this. She's gonna need a little work. We'll call this Goblink. And let's just start from the top. One of the funny things about the skull mask is it lets the goblin's nose through, and goblins have larger, of all the playable races, they have the largest nose. Well, that's not fair. I guess the Goatman maybe earns that title. And his whole snout sticks through all his helmets. Not exactly gracefully either, but, you know, whatever. Song rules. Alright, how's this starting to look so far? I think that's real good. So this pose suggests that she has her dukes up like this. And I could show her like this instead. And that might be a less confusing pose to look at. At this point, I'm kind of like willing to go with whichever one I can execute on better. You know what I mean? What's up, Marin? She's out with June at the grocery store. Hmm? Hold on a sec. Alright, folks. Sorry about that. My oldest daughter just came home from school and was wondering where mom was.
So I've got to decide what I'm gonna do with her, with this goblin lady. If I'm gonna change her pose at all. Let's just follow through with what I've already planned out here and see how it feels. Alright, now. You know, that's not too bad. I'll just adjust her feet. I think that I really like how this layers on top of the incubus. Just gonna reduce some tangents here. And the incubus thing in front. Yeah, let's roll with it. See where it goes. Giving her some scar tissue. I don't know if having like this thumb out here is good. Let's put incubus back in. Nah. So, okay. Over here we got a thumb. It looks like it's ready to go into a serious fist pounding.
Her hairdo reminds me of Courtney Cox. And I'm okay with that. So I've decided to give her a little satchel here instead of the scrolls because the shape of the satchel, or the shape of the scrolls was, I felt like would not contrast well with the Incubus's book. And I think that the satchel is a big enough shape that won't get in the way. And we'll suggest that, like a good shaman, she'll have some supplies on her, some weird supplies. Like a good shaman. Is there something else I should put on her other hip? Maybe I should just give her like the bottom of a ratty robe. I kind of want her leaning into. I'll say that's where she should be on the floor, about. Of course, her legs look ridiculously short because her arms are so big, but I actually think this is about right what it should be if you forget about the fact that she's transforming into a completely different monster. I'm giving her sort of a fancy sandal here. I expect she'll be barefoot in the game, which means she'll have sandals on. Barefoot meaning just no equipment on the feet. This is much more aggressive stance. That's exactly what I was hoping to accomplish here. That's not right. This looks awful. Can I get this foot right? Let me do a little sketch over here. Get some anatomy down. I don't know, the foreshortening is a little weird, but I think that might be, you know, believable. This is why posing is so important, because at some point it kind of doesn't even matter how correct it is if it just looks bad. You know, if I cover up her arms, I'm okay with it. And so it's like, it's because I've chosen to do something out of proportion with this character. I'm having such a hard time with the posing. The other thing is I've got this tangent coming up the skirt here. Maybe drawing that back a little bit will help complete the shape of the leg a little better. There we go. It's actually a lot better in my opinion. It makes me think that this satchel is actually a little overdone. It's a lot better. Yeah, I'd drawn that satchel like proportional to the arms, you know. So I wonder, it was like throwing everything off. Finding another one of the problems with this is that the skirt was passing over to the left side in a way that suggested that it should be in front. So costuming was to blame as well. Alright, I'm much happier with this. You go, girl. And do we go ahead and add her staff? Where's this? Okay. So there will be a little empty space right around here. That I could put a little equipment in to help flesh her out a little bit. Or maybe I could just leave it. Let's move her around in this composition and see how it feels. I kind of like that. Oh, it's in the way of the wing, though. Don't like how it's tangenting off the axe handle there. If I move her all the way in front, does that help? Nope, that makes the tangent with the axe handle worse. What about now? It's not so bad. You can see more clearly what her feet are doing. And 1 second. What is up, dude? Are you gonna play with your marble blocks? My boy just wandered into the room. I'm going to leave this up, and I will be Alright, sorry that took so long. I went to go get something to drink and it exploded on me. But hello, whoever it is that has shown up in the interim. Greetings. Welcome to the Struzium. So, you might have seen me blinking on and off some of the layers here. And that was at least in part to kind of show my wife who came home what I had, how much I had changed since the initial sketch, which was substantial. Now it's Batman, this guy, getting his fully shadowed eyelids. That way the Executioner hood can really make an impact. I don't know about you guys, but this this goblin lady just looks bad, just mean. She's just like ready to punch some fools in the face with her trolley fists. She's gonna be like, trolla-la-la-la. I showed that video to somebody at work a little while ago, and they had never seen it before. And I felt glad to be the one to introduce them to such things. Alright, so, get rid of that BRB. Last but not least, we have the Mechanist up here. Now, in the game, he's going to be wearing an apron, like a smithing apron. And I'm tempted to not draw that on him right now because it covers up his boiler. And the boiler is a big part of what makes the automaton interesting. Okay, I'm naming all my layers something stupid, and so we're going to call this Automaton. I've got Incubus, Insectoid, Goblink, and now Automaton. That was all necessary, right, guys? Alright, here we go. So, for those of you who have just showed up to this stream, I want to do a quick review here. And if I zoom all the way out, you can see what I've done here is I've made this box, because this key art is going to be used for both a vertical orientation, as you can see in the white area now, or a horizontal orientation that you can see in the white area now. And so by masking off everything but the shared areas between those zones, I can isolate what is the best composition for this. And you know, I can do something like center it all as well. So, but right now it's sort of left justified. The previous one I did was right justified, and that left me a bunch of room to play with some background elements on the right. All right. Let's just get back into finishing these characters, because if we don't do that, then the rest of it just doesn't matter. It's real dumb. Nobody cares. Automaton. Let's go, baby. So I'm going to play with the automaton's placement just a little bit. So I can probably, I think this would like offset his, so he feels a little bit more centered and a little bit behind everything. I'm gonna do that. Actually, let's just turn off everything but the automaton here so we can see more what we're doing. We're gonna have some empty space right here, right behind them. Maybe right here is the most appropriate. We might be able to adjust the posing of that arm on the right so that it's above the insectoid's wing. Let's back up. How does this look? It's definitely a little right heavy. We could try flipping this as well. This places him pretty far behind everyone. You know, I mean, this puts him pretty far up, but I kind of like it the best out of all my options. I could try to lift his arm a little further. So that he's not intersecting with the insectoid so much. Something like that. Now, I wonder if it'd be a good idea just start over with the automaton with a brand new pose so they don't feel so beholden to this layout. Because right now, I think it's holding me back. You know what? Let's try it. I like trying the automaton anyway. Because this composition with these three characters is so tight, and I think it's working well. And so for the automaton to be sort of a sore thumb, I would feel really bad about that. So let's get it, guys. I'm just going to start in with some rough shapes. So the automaton in the game is a walking boiler, and his boiler is powered by things that he sticks in there to fuel himself. And that's a very relevant part of who he is in the game. And we haven't revealed a lot about that yet. But yeah, it is relevant to the gameplay. So I can put him here with his crossbow. Yeah, unfortunately this leaves me with not much space. You know, the crossbow's not that noteworthy. I could just not give him the crossbow, and that might save me a lot of drama. I just feel like I haven't given the automaton much space to work with over here. Man, what is going on? It keeps selecting the wrong layer. Okay, here we go. So we've added a toolkit to the game where the automaton can construct and tinker. I just don't think that composition works. What do I do with you, buddy? Have him holding a bear trap, I guess. Or not a bear trap, but a one of the landmines he can throw. No, I haven't come up with anything yet that I like better than this. Except for I like it better going this way. I think it balances the image better. So I may just want to stick with that. It's alright, we tried. That's right. Let's, it's not like this is bad. It's just I wondered if I could do better, and I guess this time I wasn't able to figure out a way to do that. I could probably improve on his right arm a little bit. We'll do that during inking phase. Alright, let us turn off our other inked characters. Bing, bing, bing. Trash that. And we're just gonna work on the automaton right now. I'm gonna make it look like his face can open up like a porthole. So compared to the sketch, instead of giving him a little bit more of a shape to the head, I don't know if that's necessary, but I feel like it gives him more of a face by it being flatter on the front, you know? And you can see he's got little diffusers on his lens there. Hey, what's up, Undead Mark? How you doing, bro? Good to see ya. How's tricks, brother? Is that an appropriate question? I'm drawing the automaton here for the DLC. Things good, making stuff good, man. Me too. I have today off work, and so I decided to do a little promo art for our next DLC in my hobby project. And I've got 3 of the 4 characters inked right now. I may or may not stick around to color them, depending on how late it is when I finish this automaton. I've been having a blast, been very productive today. Me a minute before I was comfortable with the pose I gave this guy here, but I think I can deal with it the way it is. I'm gonna have the boiler gate be the other way around so that we can, the hinge placement can be a little bit more logical. Well, logical for the angle of the art anyway. Door on it. So we haven't spoiled much for this character yet, but I thought it'd be fun to talk a little bit about the boiler mechanic. If you guys keep an eye on the Devblog, you'll eventually see this, but if you're catching this live, you get a sneak peek, I guess. So the automaton hungers differently than other characters in the game. Other characters gotta eat food, but the automaton has to burn things in his boiler to keep up, or else he starts slowing down, literally. And so there's a whole lot of things that he can burn. But normal food doesn't do anything for him, so he's got to find things like books, or break things down into a fuel that he can consume in his boiler. And you've got to maintain it. But the other cool thing about the automaton is that if you superheat your boiler, so you've got like more than enough fuel in there, he actually regenerates mana faster. We've tried to set up this relationship between hunger and mana with the automaton, so it's like he's using his excess heat as energy to create spell power, essentially. A couple of strategic erasers. Feeling like I have to get rid of the handle so I can have one more grate on that thing. Goodbye, handle. You will be missed. We're still sticking to his pose pretty well. And he has sort of like a Roman style skirt. One of my initial drawings for this character, I made it all like swooshy, like he was doing a hot spin move. He or she, actually. I mean, it's an automaton, who knows? But it was just so noisy that it was really kind of distracting from everything that was in front of him. So I think that'll be pretty simple, straight down. I think I'm happy with how I arranged that. Oh, come on. Get it together, Wacom. That's much better. Some like gaskets in between his like rotator cuff parts here justify their flexibility. Let's put this on for a little bit. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put his exhaust pipes over up here. Show where he's letting off steam, literally. Toot toot. The song sounds silly, and I'm okay with that. The song reminds me a little bit of Metroid. We had a conversation about Metroid at work a little while ago, and it became like a topic that we started discussing about which game was better, Metroid or Contra. And it's a funny conversation because clearly Metroid is a more important game, as it spawned a series and a legacy of game genres that is still relevant today. Whereas Contra, you know, is just sort of a basic shooter game that is clearly designed in the arcade line of thinking where, you know, one shot, one death, pump out quarters kind of thing, even though it wasn't. I mean, they had arcade versions, but the home console version is what a lot of people played first, and that I know. And so a lot of aspects of its design are really irrelevant. But if you go back and play them both today, I think there's a strong argument to say that Contra holds up better. It's just like pick up and play a more fun game. And, you know, games like Metroid were always patient games that weren't like about instant gratification, but being how like cryptic Metroid is and how much it depends on like, you know, walls being arbitrarily destructible sometimes and that being necessary to progress in the game, and like that kind of like pointless crypticness that old NES titles had that, you know, we've all learned now is stupid, like bad design. That stuff is all over the place in Metroid, and it ages the game in a not graceful way. Whereas, you know, hard games that are one hit, one kill are still things that are relevant today because it speaks to a difficulty level as opposed to like I don't know what you want to call Metroid's low level of information. It's not really about difficulty, it's about sort of trial and error, like brute forcing your way through figuring out a game. There's just sort of nothing redeeming about that, as far as I can tell. If you have a different opinion, yeah, feel free to mention it, but like, so I never beat Metroid, the NES version, and so years later, fairly recently, I've gone back to try to be like, you know, I'm gonna give this game the time it deserves. And it's just not any fun. Not any fun. And Contra's only fun for, you know, a few lives, but at least it's fun for those lives. Again, not that I'm not grateful for what Metroid accomplished, but it's just... If somebody says, would you rather play Metroid or Contra, I will tell them I would rather play Contra. End of rant. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I kind of like the positioning of his feet as they are in this sketch right now. But I don't think it has to be that conservative. I think I can put his legs over here. It's alright. Let's roll with it. Let's just hide all this in ink. No one will know. It's funny, without his claw attached, it looks like he's just gonna shoot at stuff Mega Man style. Speaking of NES era games. He's not gonna shoot stuff Mega Man style, though. That's not a feature. Things a little easier on myself here. This song rules. I don't know what it is, but I like it. It is... Yeah! That's the name of the song. It's called Yeah. I'm cool with that. You can name your song exclamations if you want. I'm not gonna fight it. with the other characters in here. So one of the things the Mechanist has is a toolkit for tinkering with. And I'd like that to be kind of visible, even if it's not like a main event. You can have it like slung over his, like maybe it can be poking out right here. Could actually have him holding it and then just have his gyrocopter flying on its own rather than being wielded by him. Let's try that. Maybe I should move this a little bit more into the open space between the wing of the insectoid. I can show off just a tiny bit better. And actually, one of the reasons why I thought of that is because it gives the automaton a little more arm space. I just don't want to tangent off the incubus too much. That's alright. That's alright. Alright. Good. Super Hexagon. You know, this game got a lot of good reviews, and I didn't like it as a game. But this is great tunes, and most of the reviews said something along the lines of worth playing for the music alone, and I totally understand that. Bleep, blop, bleep, bloop. Could have the automaton just cradling the toolbox or holding it by its handle. It's actually going to be harder to justify him holding it by the handle because he should be holding it lower. And if I do that, let's move around again, see where we like it. When I say we, I mean me. And I could put it all the way down here. And that would be logical, but then it's completely hidden. Whereas I could leave it up here and put the handle down and have him just cradling it in his arm. It might be better. I'm gonna do that. Art, y'all.
Alright. Well, we'll move beyond that. We're fine. Well, that's not my favorite, but since it's mostly going to be hidden behind the other characters, I really feel like it might still be the best idea. And we can still have the gyrocopter over here. We'll get to that. Just draw a crossbow. Sorry for the silence. I'm gonna make it look less like a repeater here. Because right now it looks like a repeater in my opinion.
fudge its perspective a little better. Right. Let's get his gyrocopter buddy in the picture. Got a whiny kid at my door. So we got the gyrocopter in the picture. And how's this composition feeling? Well, it's okay. I wonder if this guy could be a little bigger. Yeah, honestly, that feels a lot better already. All I'm worrying about is tangents at this point. So I just don't like how it looks. It's got these tangents. That. His legs are completely occluded, which is kind of a shame. But I think it's fine. Alright, that's a tight little composition. Accommodates my need here for a square focal point. Now I could, as I mentioned before, move all this to like the center, and it would maintain its compositional validity, but putting it to one side lets me maybe have something more over in this direction. And then I can offset the logo to be on that side as well. It centers about the whole thing on the 1/3 line. Why does my Lady Goblin look so foggy? Looks better, it's funny. I just doubled her up and it looks better. Okay. Oh, whatever. Alright. So there's a couple things I could do now. I could start drawing in what is the effectively the background and what's sort of the action that's going to be occurring behind these characters and in the foreground, or I could start coloring them, which is a bit more of an independent task that doesn't rely on me fleshing out that composition first. And I just feel like it'd be wiser for me, compositionally speaking, to go ahead and get the background in. Whew. But you know what? I don't know, maybe that's enough for the day. Why don't I go ahead and at least color in with basic colors so that I can look at all these characters together without them overlapping each other sort of obnoxiously. 1 minute, I'm going to take a very brief break. I just realized that my microphone has been off this whole time. Oh well. I haven't really said that much. I talked about some amusing qualities of the colors of Incubus and Succubus in the game. It's probably not funny to anyone but me. Something I discovered while I was talking about it. Alright, so many monsters have bright yellow, like marigold eyes in the game. It's something I reserved for basically those that I might consider evil races, evil by nature. Although I may have changed my mind about goblins. They have yellow eyes, but may not be evil. You know, whatever. We'll figure it out. Song rules. Okay, this takes a little longer than just doing it all white, but not that much. Especially how since I'll understand how the color is going to affect the composition once I'm done with this, and maybe decide to make some creative changes. Whereas doing it with white all it would get me would be the occlusion of the background elements to each character. Pages. And when I've got outlines like I have here, these big black outlines, it's way faster to just not use pressure sensitivity, so I can get a way more predictable result from my brush strokes. Should have figured that out a while ago, but I just kind of figured it out just now. Alright, I think this Incubus's book should be purple. Mostly because one of the starting spells he gets in the game has a lot of purple identifiers to it. In its VFX and stuff. Alright, so we have a pseudo-colored inky void. We need to top layer that dude. And as we can see, he is fully opaque now. Boy, that looks so much more complete. All right. Who's next? Maybe I'll do the shaman. I gotta name some layers. I try to say organized. I started with the leather because I wanted to reuse the leather color from the Incubus, but I really should have started with the green for her skin because it's just, I'm doing all this fine detail work and I'm just going to paint over it. Alright, well I've got some leather down. Here, I'll do a big spot of leather right here. And I can count on being able to pick it up later. Without too much headache. Alright, let's get green. Is this green a little too blue? Or is it just right? Let's just roll with it for now. What's the worst that could happen? Man, it sure took me a long time to get the Goblin Shaman's legs right. Just thinking back and how much thinking time I put into that. I'm digging this artist, Giant Circles. There's been a lot of songs. Or maybe I just like chiptune tracks and I haven't heard them in this many of them so close together before. Oh yeah, her nose. Can't forget your nose poking out of your mask, silly lady. Okay, so I'm gonna have to break my flat colors rule a little bit because the Goblin Shaman here is transforming into a troll, and so her colors are gonna gradate a bit. Hopefully the color change from gray to green will demonstrate that this is indeed a magical process she's in the middle of and she isn't just wielding Hulk hands, which are unironically ironically, the only part of her body that is not green. So I mentioned this, when did I mention this? Oh no, I didn't mention this to you guys, I think. Maybe really early in the stream I started talking about this, but the shaman, I wanted to show in this key art that the shaman was shapeshifting because it's such an important part of the class and how the class plays. But I had to figure out which form would actually be the best for the shaman to shape change into. It's not that straightforward because the shaman has 4 forms and not all of them would make for good key art. So she can transform into a rat. It's the first form she unlocks, and so that would sort of be a good candidate because it's something that every shaman starts with, but I figured it wouldn't be that exciting to see a shaman transforming into like a tiny, weak creature. Its powers in the game are useful because the rat is fast. It has some spells like detect food and speed, and so it still has its practical uses, and it can befriend rats, which is neat. But showing that in the key art I didn't think would make the class look exciting. And then there's the imp, which is the last form that the shaman can transform into. And I don't think that would have been awful, but the imp kind of looks like a small pink goblin with wings. And so I just didn't think that the transformation would be that obvious if I was showing it like a partial transformation. And because the DLC doesn't just include classes, but it also includes these races, it's important to show that there's a goblin in the game. So really doing a halfway transformation, like in process, is really the only way that I can authentically show off both the shaman and the goblin. So what options was I left with? Well, the spider, which could have been actually really cool if I showed like her lower half, sort of like a centaur taking on 8 legs. But there's already a bug in this, a insectoid type creature in this key art, the insectoid race. And so I felt like it would be sort of confusing to a layman seeing this key art, like, wait, there's 2 bug people? Is she turning into a bug person? What's going on? Especially considering it's a halfway transformation, and the insectoid creature that you can play as is already sort of like a half man, half bug. It felt like it would be stepping on that territory. And so ultimately that left me with just one option. I'm glad it worked, which is the troll, and which is also one of the more exciting forms to inhabit, just because the troll is very strong and he has the powers to fear enemies and break through boulders, which is really stinking cool stuff. So So then the only problem left to solve was how do I show her mid-transformation, and her gaining the strength of the troll's arms was a natural fit, I thought. So hopefully I can put some whimsical, misty effects around her arms where they're transforming to show that it's a product of her internal magic that is causing her to transform. So goblins have black hair, so we're gonna give her her hair, her Courtney Cox haircut, as I said before. I think she looks cute. I don't know about you guys. She looks like she could beat the snot out of me, and I'd still think she was cute. You know, something about these monster races is that, you know, they should fulfill people's fantasies. It's like, wouldn't it be fun to be like a mysterious swamp witch with the power to turn into monsters? Like, you want her to look cool, not like a hideous monster, you know? And so that means both strong and powerful with her magic, and also, you know, attractive. People want to be attractive, so I made her attractive. As attractive as a half-troll goblin woman can be, I think. And that means having excellent hair and a fit bod. Tried to achieve that with the last DLC as well. The Myths and Outcasts stuff. Dang girl. Alright. Let's get those yellow eyes from the you know, I just thought of a little bit of lore. Wouldn't it be interesting if the goblins were a product of humans and demonoids producing offspring? And that would explain why the goblins can both be evil and not evil, depending on who they are, who they were raised by. Let's just invent some lore. That sounds cool to me. That would explain why they have yellow eyes, too. And pointy ears. What I'm drawing right now is the Enchanted Feather. The shaman starts with. And I have reasoned that this may be a cockatrice feather. But you can use it to write in blank scrolls to generate magic spells in them. You can also repair spellbooks with them, which is important for the shaman because if you're relying on a spell a lot, the chances that that spell will start to deteriorate are pretty high. Another Crypt the Necromancer remix. Again, not that I'm complaining. It's a game about music, so I can't really blame anybody for loving it. All right. We got that goblin lady colored. Or at least blocked out in color. It cracks me up. Alright, I'm gonna put the automaton underneath everybody, put the insectoid. Okay, all is well. So the insectoid is also green, but he's more of like a dull yellow green. So I think I can probably help him stand out visually from the goblin. It's okay, they're both on the to the left and right of a red character, so that should be plenty of contrast. Is it time for dinner? I'm being called for dinner. Yeah, so much More buggy green. Had to check if it was really time for dinner. My goofy son. It's like, as soon as he's told to set the table, he goes and tells everyone that it's time for dinner. It's like, no dude, we said set the table. And he's 3, and so it takes him ages to set the table. But he likes to tell everyone before he starts that it's time for dinner. And he's wrong. Dead wrong. Insectoid's got a Winnie the Pooh thing going on here. He's wearing a shirt and nothing else. That's okay, he's a bug man, nobody cares. And this is a male insectoid because the females are reddish brown in color. A fun fact that you will get to observe when you play them in the DLC. Let's get rid of the incubus so that we can color the rest of the insectoid here. It's not nudity if you have an exoskeleton. There, I said it. Okay. So I've got to pick, let's say, a undershell color. Actually, this can, yeah, that's fine. So he's got a beetle shell that's splitting open his abdomen here. And he's got like soft bits in between his exoskeleton. Yeah, I'd like to make him look a little soft. Like this, maybe. I thought about like even making them pink, but I don't think they're that soft.
He's got wings hidden underneath here. I'll probably need to do something to make them a little shinier. Maybe a little more golden than the rest. But for now, since I'm just doing a real simple color pass, I'll leave him the same. Same with his beetle shell on his abdomen here. I'll probably make that distinct somehow. But for now, it's just a piece of his shell. Same with his wings here. You know what? I just realized that these guys remind me a lot of the Mantis Men from FTL. If I was going to draw a picture of the Mantis Men from FTL, they'd probably look a lot like this. Shoot, Mr. Insectoid. Shoot. You are detailed and you're exhausting me. That's alright. Let's steal this wood color. Use it for the bow. And arrows.
Alright, let's steal this bright leather color from our goblin friend. Okay. I think it's time for me to be on streaming for now. Unfortunately, I didn't get to finish coloring everyone in, but you can see I got most, you know, easily over halfway done. I may or may not pick this back up where I left off, or I might finish some off stream. Either way, I hope to definitely do a lot more work on stream with this piece in the near future. But I just got lucky with the day off today and had some time to do some streaming. Thanks to those of you who tuned in. I hope you had a good time. I know I sure did. It's so much easier for me to focus on stream because I know that, I mean, there's like an accountability to people watching me, and I want to make sure that you guys are entertained and that you see my workflow as sincerely as I can show it. So there it is. Here, let me bring that up to full. Yeah, so we can see we're almost done. We're almost done with the basic color path. Yeah, my son's telling me it's time for dinner. Yeah, I get it, buddy. All right, you all take it easy. Have a fantastic evening, and until next time I see you, cheers. Go play Barony. Bye.